There's a bunch of geese down here hanging out. The ducks. A couple ducks and a bunch of geese. It's a nice view of Rainier today. It's pretty clear, so you can see it good.
Couldn't even know you were going fast.
There's a goose out there on I think it's a log. Might be a rock that sticks out. Making a bunch of noise. Weird how the water looks like different in different areas.
That's right, it was like just being in the middle of
Pretty nice. Oh. Meowdy. I missed you when you can't. Look, here's Mount Doom. It's Mount Rainier, but I like calling it Mount Doom because it looks so tall.
carbon footprint. Reduce carbon footprint. I know all about that. Consider like environmental or like social work.
Here's some geese over here also. Oh, there's someone out there now in the middle of the lake cruising around on a boat.
Had some business reverse. Well, actually, COVID was worse. And I had to stay out of it.
Yeah, but COVID was worse.
Oh my gosh. And we just really, and all of a sudden, done, we were sick.
You guys stay on top.
And I got to give Deb a lot of credit. She just, I was having all my own reactions to it. What's wrong with her? Crazy. And she
Yeah, Mount Doom.
What is that you need to do?
It's just so tall that it, you know.
Satisfied.
Yeah.
It was the staff as much as anybody else.
Doors open. Yeah.
The staff was just terrified. But to this day,
I don't know if you can tell, but in real life, it's just, sometimes I see it and it looks fake because I'm not used to mountains being that tall. Because it's like 14,000 feet high, and this is like almost sea level, so seeing a mountain, that's just that tall, much taller than where you're at, is kind of crazy. But yeah. Yep, Mount Doom. Still go ahead and walk around the trail. I just got here a little bit ago. I had to park like a long ways off. There, I didn't realize it until I got here. They're doing there's another road that goes up in this park with a bunch of parking, but they're doing a bike race there. So like most of the parking is closed. So this is kind of cool park. It's a peninsula or whatever that sticks out into the lake. Oh, here's some pretty trees.
Apparently it was like trying to grind up
Here's I guess the last view of the mountain before we go around where the Mercer Island's in the way. This is not a good start. Alright, Verizon's a lot better. I remember Bird it being pretty good this area last time. Oh, I saw a bunch of people ride by on bikes. The bike race is actually going on up there. They have signs up there that also says it's a bike race. So if you go up the trails, you don't walk up into the bike race. It's kind of cool.
He's like one of the old.
Boat landing zone. Hand and carry. Non-motorized. No power boats. 2-hour limit. Dogs are not allowed at beaches in Seattle parks. Huh. This is a boat landing zone. You can go put your boat in the lake here. And there's nice trees all along here so far. Some nice flowers. And these trees were like right at the edge of the water. Like almost just hanging out of the edge of the bank.
Okay, give a little taste, Mike.
And some of these trees are like almost out and like hanging over almost in. I was going to try today walk through some of the trails in the middle of the island. And go around like part of the way around the outside. But where I was going to start at is closed from the bike race. Man, why is it so bad signal wise? A little trail that goes down to the water. I was holding a decent bit right now. It just is randomly dying bad. Look, two ducks flying from way out in the middle of the lake, and they just landed. Oh, they just like cleared some of this out recently. I don't really remember there being that many places that you could see through, and I guess because there's some like new ones. Like this was just bushes and the briars, blackberry bushes is what it looked like. And they just, see, mowed this section. Ducks are hanging out down there at the edge of the shore now. Yeah, it is. I like coming here. I've been here a few times. Last time I walked here, it was like 38 degrees or something like that. So it was kind of cold. So it was nice being like 7. I don't know why, big rate. It wasn't this bad last time. Like it was staying really solid on this side of the island. But I have different stuff on different phones. Oh, see, there's some pretty trees up that way. That goes up to the parking lot that's closed for the bike race. There's a bunch of hiking trails. There's a big parking lot up there and some, a few hiking trails that lead off that I might go walk sometime. It's kind of windy here. I just noticed it looked like the mic might be picking up the wind. See. Oh, it definitely is. I brought my other mic. I'll hook it up in a minute. It'll be quieter. I'm just using phone mic, and if for some reason picks up wind pretty bad sometimes. It's a big log washed up on this shore. Okay. I figured it'd probably still be nicer if there's not any. Oh, I'll stop right up here by the trees. Looks like you can... There's a few places here where you can go down to the shore. I know there were back there. Thought there was a few more places right up here. Oh, this is a huge, wide area of the road. There's a hiking trail that comes off here if I want to go venture up into the woods and see what it's like. Oh, it looks like you can go out to the shore here. Kind of to the edge. Kind of just drops off. See, there's a trail right over here. They go to the middle of the island. Or it's not an island. It basically looks like an island when you're out here. But it's like a peninsula or whatever. It's almost been making me wonder if there's something wrong with this app, the way I have it set up, compared to, because the last few streams it's been doing this. Like, it just went to reconnecting, and then it was doing 11K bit rate, and now it's dying again. I don't normally have service this unstable. And it's all, I mean, I didn't last time I was at this park. Kind of weird. Oh yeah, I was gonna set up the other, hook up the other mic real quick, but I just might as well. Hey, hello. I forgot I look like such a doofus with a hat on. Oh, I need to make sure the receiver's turned on. So, like, that's what I'm doing. I'm just forgetting something. Where is the receiver? Nope, it was turned off. Hello? Hello? Hello, hello? Hello, hello? That's working. Oh, let's turn it on. Hello, hello. Okay, now it's using the mic, I think. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, yeah. Now it's using a wireless one. Alright, there we go. Maybe no more scuffed camera angles. Alright, cool. Should have better sound from now on. And my phone's plugged up, so it'll actually charge. I've been just using off the battery. So I'll probably spend enough time walking around here where I need to plug it up, or it's gonna die. This is a cool area. See here how clear the water is. It's like really clear. Now, why is when I was just sitting there, my phone was holding really good bit rate the whole time, and then I got up and it dropped to like 250. Seems really strange. Oh, look at the ducks. Just flying right across the lake. All the way over to Mercer Island, it looks like. And I should are coming back this way now. There's flying up in the air all over the place. Anyways, I guess I'll keep walking. I don't know what all used to be here, like that building I was just at, like what that was. And there's a little that wall that fell to the lake. There's also all these roads in this fenced off area. I don't know. What's here.
I thought that was moving phone to tell you the truth.
You'd rather move Poland?
Why is it just staying so bad? This is really good. Oh, well, that fixed it. Seems to have, at least. But girl is messaging me, so I was just messaging her back real quick. So, I think I figured out what part of the problem was. I had you done something that messed up my nice modem where it doesn't work good. At least I think. I don't know. I guess we'll see if it keeps kind of working okay bitrate-wise. Last time I had really good service all on this side of the island. I do remember it being Verizon and T-Mobile. And, well, I guess it's still dropping a little. Verizon is in my pixel now, and it's too weak to, I think, pick up all the way across the lake over there, which is the closest towers. My modem only gets on T-Mobile's LTE network now, because when I was trying to use it with a different SIM, I did something and I couldn't get it to work with T-Mobile SIM again until I changed settings. Still a little path where people walk down here some. It looks treacherous right now with all the pine cones on it. But it looks like people walk out there and get on the tree trunk. That tree is really just like, it looks like it just fell over and it pulled out of the bank. And it's lying on the gravel down there basically. And it's just alive and then just started growing up. Like sideways. Kind of crazy. Kind of cool though. Yeah, it is a really weird tree. There is where there was a tree at one point and it broke off. The stump. Oh, look at these kids cruising down the road. The lilies are having a fun time. I don't know what those little scooters. It says sit down things. I don't know what they're called. I've seen people ride those.
Well, we've gone longer than 5 minutes.
Oh look, we're back around the sun. On the sunny side of the park, the hill. One and a half, I guess, miles. I guess it's 1.5 miles around. Around to here. So that's downtown Seattle. And you can see the mountains a little bit. That's the Olympic Peninsula, like the mountains. And then this is Mercer Island on this side that you can see. And then the lake just keeps going north. And that's the bridge that goes across the lake. It makes it look really thin because you can see a building like right there. That's just a part that kind of sticks out into the lake. And I think the lake kind of curves around. Oh, hi fish. Yeah, the floating one. Wait, why is my TTS isn't reading off chat? So I didn't even see your your other message just happened. Both of them. How's it going? You on a lake or the sound? The lake. Yeah, that's the I-90 bridge. I'm pretty sure we went across it when you were here. I'm gonna turn my headset off and back on and try to get it to read TTS. Oh, it's because I plugged up the mic. It's done this before. I think it thinks the mic is also sound and it sends TTS to it. I think we probably did, yeah. So we went to Seattle quite a few times. This over here is all Mercer Island. I mean, it is pretty large, like especially how long it is from like north to south. But, I mean, it's pretty wide also because like it's from there over to here. Like you can see how wide it is, and then there's more of it on the other side of Mercer Island. It gets thinner like where 90 goes across, but this far down Mercer Island is, I guess, like that bike trail I go on sometimes where you can see that goes between along the interstate and you can see the lake on one side. Well, that's the other side of Lake Washington. It like goes up along Lake Washington on the other side over there. So I mean, that part of it is pretty wide, like not quite as wide from here to there, but still, I guess it is a pretty large lake even across. But like, you know, mega long north to south, like as long as the whole metro area, or most of the metro, a lot of the metro area. Like, I guess to still have like Kent and Auburn and stuff would be kind of Seattle metro area. I don't know. I'm gonna switch service again real quick and see if it stays good or is better. Huh. Now AT&T just doesn't have any. Oh no, it just took it a while to switch to it. I guess AT&T does have upload here. It didn't earlier. duck swimming out to sea is what it looks like. This lake is so freaking huge. Oh, I didn't ask, how are you today, fish? You just get off school or work or something? I'll walk on down a little ways. So you have all the pretty trees here that look really nice this time of year. You can see the bridge a little bit better from here, just off the water, since I'm higher up than the water more now. So it's like there's where it goes down from Mercer Island, and then it turns into a floating bridge, and then you see it. I can't see it on my phone, it's too small. You see it on the other side right there. Okay, there is where it turns back into a bridge and then goes into the tunnel or whatever. It's like a tunnel on both sides. So it's like a bridge on supports. Oh, really? Interesting. Like they're not actually doing the class. Oh, look at this over here. Is that a jet ski? There's somebody freaking zooming across the lake on a jet ski. It's weird, it's a nice day, but I haven't seen any boats. It's not that super windy. Over the weekend, there was a bunch of sailboats out. And I don't actually know anything about sailboats, if it needs to be pretty windy or if there's always almost some kind of breeze on the lake. I guess you don't see sailboats out much during the week. That's funny. They're like going on the lake and then turning around doing some circles and then they're having fun. Oh, there's two of them on it, I think. Or either just one person yelling at their subs, but the jet ski's closer, you can hear yelling coming from it. So I could walk on some of the trails up in the middle of the island. Thought about doing that. This goes around now and you get closer to the shore, which is still nice. I don't know what the trails are like in the middle. Probably pretty cool too. To Seattle, and there's the mountains. You just barely see them over the trees here. It's a little too zoomed in. I can't really hold it more steady than that. Oh, let me see. Oh, welcome back. Wait, so are you done then? Like I was thinking, hopefully you had more than just one class. Instead, just say going there and having one conversation and then it's like, oh, time to head home. Oh, I see. Cool. So you end up going all the way there, just have one conversation, short conversation. Oh, okay. Isn't some of yours online and some of it in person? Or am I just going insane? Okay. I said okay, but I'd have to look up what synchronous online and asynchronous online means, because I don't actually know. I was thinking about it after you said that, trying to decide if I could guess, but I kind of have no clue. This is the shore and here. Looks like that's the last like rocky part of the beach. I was thinking about going down and sitting by the water for a few minutes. Maybe I should. Unless I don't know if there's more down here or not. I was thinking there was. Maybe it's on around more. Oh, there's some fishing piers and stuff along here too. Oh, okay. That would okay. Okay, I would. If I thought about it enough, I'd think that synchronous would mean synchronizing. So like that would make sense. Everybody would be there at the same time. Okay, see, that makes sense then. Some in-person and some kind of in-person like classes where everybody's there at once, and then some just you can do your stuff whenever you want. And the sun, can you see? Yeah, camera kind of makes it look cool. I can't look out there that way. IRL. Uh-huh. Yeah, it doesn't exactly mean like synchronizing, but like similar. See, I think I'm gonna go, I'm gonna walk down here just a little more, where you can just see the shoreline over there, and then I'm gonna go explore the middle of the island. Oh, okay. Where synchronizing is like the action of basically doing something with someone else at the exact same time. I think. And synchronous just means like it's an activity where you have to synchronize. Doing an activity is synchronizing. Like class, synchronous is just describing what kind of activity it is like that you have to synchronize with people. Uh-huh. It's being synchronous. Oh, okay. Uh-huh. Like being synchronous could mean kind of being synchronized, but you have to. I would just say synchronize when you're synchronizing, and synchronized would like a D for if you're synchronized. I guess that's maybe a real word that you use. Well, there's a whole bunch of pretty, whatever these pink trees are that we've been seeing. They're over here. There's a lot of them. Oh, there's actually a bunch here also, just right down the road here. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Like you'd use one or the other to mean different things, different times. But you can't just completely use one in place of the other. Wait, so I guess I just didn't know what like synchronous like word, because like I know synchronizing and synchronized, and synchronous is just basically another word like synchronized and synchronize with slightly different meaning. I mean, it sounded like I know it because like it sounded familiar, like I've heard it before, but it's not actually like like I know I've heard it, but like it wouldn't be a normal part of my vocabulary where I'd either even know how or when to use synchronous. I would just say like if I was trying to, whatever meaning you use it like trying to describe, I would just end up saying synchronized or synchronized, and that would just be the best I did basically. Alright, I'm gonna walk back up the road this way, back out to the end, and go out those trails. And they kind of go back this way. There's one that runs into the road here that I'll have to run back in at, since the other part of the park is closed for a bike race. And then any view that we miss, like going down that part of the lake, we'll see then.
I just like to look at the funny.
Oh, okay. Hi, Ari. That makes sense. That's a good example of synchronously at the exact same time. Synchronously. It's being used in programming. Yeah, and I've never done any programming, so I wouldn't have heard them, then. And how are you, Ari? I hope you're having a nice day. Having a really nice day. It's like beautiful out here today. The weather, the temperature is nice and everything. Huh? Oh, like listening to the conversation? Oh, I see. I'm good. Just, enjoying the weather. No, I didn't really think it was painful. I might almost be worried if TTS is reading out all the synchronous, and everything on stream, that it might be painful for other people. But I'm the only one that was hearing that. And I just find it interesting.
Hey, they could be cheering us on going down
Uh-huh.
the finish line.
Even if I don't try, on purpose,
I am not good at understanding stuff. Some of the time. Like you trying to explain something to me and me trying to understand it. I don't know. I was gonna say, I don't know if either. You're better at explaining stuff than me, I think. But we do have some interesting conversations sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought you were saying us both grasping at straws. I'm like, it seems like this happens sometimes. We're both talking about something and neither one of us knows how to explain it super good or how to understand it super good. So we have this like long conversation and then we finally get that down or whatever. But even figuring that, and I think you are better than me, a little better than me at least at explaining stuff. Right, do you in the middle of the island, or do we want to look at more water? Sit here and just look at water. I could go sit down at the water and we can listen to the waves. Anyone have opinions? Or I could do both. What time is it? Been an hour and 23 minutes. Did I ever restart the phone? No, that's right. I should just do both. Find some. Oh, thank you. There's still a ton. There's still like an hour and a half of daylight. Sunset's not until like 8 now. So, plenty of daylight left. Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day and was wondering if it had gotten to that yet. I remembered in the summer. Oh, and I think here it's like, I looked the other day, I think it's like 8:02 or 8:03 or something like that. And I remembered in the summer there was I remember there was one stream when I went bike riding, and it was still light enough for me to see how to ride just fine, and you said it was completely dark there in like August or something. Hi. Hi. Oh my goodness, I just had such a biggest fluffy doggo come up to say hello. I heard stepping and like it's sniffing at me. It like came up and stuck its head or like came around. Uh-huh. I mean, it doesn't mean you want to say it all the time, but I think you've said your metro area quite a bit on stream. there's probably still plenty of people that don't know. So, you know, you might as well not say it if you're worried about doxing your stuff to even more people. You can kind of just see what metro area I'm in, so, you know. I definitely didn't mind saying. So what is the sunset today? I'm like curious what it exactly is. It says it's 8:01. So I said 8:02 or 3, but it would have been shorter a few days ago. But still, it's like, maybe I was just remembering it being about at 8. It's 8:01. Tomorrow is 8:03. Huh. So maybe it was like 7:50. If it goes up 2 minutes every day, maybe it was like 7:59 or something yesterday. Uh-huh. Yeah, about how many minutes it goes up per day or whatever. This is a pretty nice place to just come sit and hang out. Grab out of the water. You can just hear this like faint rumble from the cars going over the bridge is I think what it is. Like you can hear the interstate. It's like the only thing I can hear. Well, that and a plane, I think. Is the only thing I can hear other than the water. What's that? Wait, apparently the length of the day changes. Like, you mean like where it's like more or less than like 24 hours long? Like day length that way? Like where it's slightly different by a few minutes or something? Interesting. Oh, what? So. Oh, I guess I knew that some because, like. That's part of why you have leap years, because, isn't that what leap day is, basically? Is, like... Uh-huh. Huh, so it just goes from something like plus to minus 30 seconds. And I guess it changes back and forth, so it probably doesn't ever get off. But I know they have leap years, and that's so the days don't get off. Like, I guess so they actually match up with the seasons. So, like, calendar year. Because like every few years it ends up basically being like you need an extra day to keep it on sync. Aren't leap years every 4 years? 2 years? I don't even remember now. I'm going as... Well, my phone is trying to overheat. Just hanging out here, not moving in the sun. The screen has dimmed where I can't really see it now. Well, I guess that means it's time to get up and walk. That's really interesting, though. I didn't freaking know that the days change. Uh-huh. Like it's slightly longer than 365 days. That's how I was learning, like, you can't... I mean, the days, for it to get part of a day off, the days would have to be longer. I mean, unless, like... Well, I mean, I guess you actually could... No, I mean, it could be, like, slightly different, like, and not lining up, I guess, actually, was what it'd be like because, like, the times could still line up, like, midnight to, like, whatever time that would be in the actual, like, day-night cycle and stuff, but then, like, January the 1st could be, like, half of that day should actually be, like, or part of that, a few hours of that day should have been, like, last year or whatever. I guess kind of to keep it on sync. Wait, actually, never mind. My brain's just imploding. That doesn't make any sense either. Okay, I'll read the article later. It'd be interesting to read. Oh. So the shortest day is like northern hemisphere, but like, or shortest daylight. So you would think that would maybe, be shorter days or whatever too. But I guess that wouldn't make any sense. Which I guess if it's only like 30 seconds. Oh. Wait, that sounds like it changes back and forth. Oh, I guess December. And then like July or something is long. And then it goes back to short in October. Wait, November, December? That'd be like 2 months. Does it change back and forth like every 2 months? Oh. So it's not even like one part of the year is like long and one part short. It just like changes back and forth. That is funky. I wonder if it has something to do with like I would assume like the moon, and like because the moon like affects like the okay, so it does have a like longer long time, and then so December is like the longest. I'm digging in the rocks now. These are all really, really smooth. They're pretty smooth. Yeah. I'm curious if you can see like if you can like guess when, like I would assume if the days are longer and shorter, the Earth curve probably changes. I mean, it would have to change how fast it spins. If it does, that'd be because of the moon, I would assume. The moon, affects the tides and all of that. So, like, I wonder if you can judge by, like, when full moon and no moon is and stuff like that. And, like, if you know all that good, like, guess when if you didn't know the short and long cycle, you just knew that there was one in days, if you could, like, guess it off of that or anything. Alright, it's walking time if my legs... Actually, I think my legs went to sleep. Oh! Sit here. You can't move your ankles time. Here, let me set the phone down anyways. Hello. wanted to retie this one shoe. While my foot wakes up. I sat here with my legs crossed too long. It's like one of those where your foot goes numb, and it does so slowly. You don't realize it's going numb, and then you start to get up, and you're like, wait, I can't move. I thought I heard another boat. Maybe it's just a freaking loud car on Mercer Island. Sorry, that was a hand. Hi. Sorry. Bye. No, it is a boat. It's a boat way over on the shore. Just cruising down the lake. Anyways, before I leave, if anyone else that wasn't here earlier is here and you're interested, that's Mercer Island. Yeah, basically, I've sat down and I temporarily can't get up. I have to straighten my legs out and keep them straight until I can get up. So, I just thought I'd show where everything is if anyone's interested. I wasn't here earlier when I did it. That's Mercer Island. Here's the floating bridge where Interstate 90 goes across the lake. You see it where it goes down and then turns into like a floating one, like right on the water, and then comes back up the other side. No. I know what Life Alert is, but I don't know that I've seen any commercials, or if I remember. And then there's downtown Seattle. And then way over there you can see the mountains sticking up just a little bit from the Olympic Peninsula. Like right over in that area. So that's what all the scenic view is. You can't quite see downtown Bellevue from here. It's like, well, actually it's further over. So it's like, I guess over there. I was gonna say it's right around there, but right around there would still be looking way up the lake, I think. Up on it, I can't get up. Oh, wait, I might actually know that. Because I feel like that sounds familiar. Yeah, it was a really, really nice view because it's really clear. I'm walking back to that side, so like it'll be another 45 minutes or however long it takes, but if you're here then you'll get nice rainier views. Seems pretty clear today. I've been here before, but it was like easier to see today than it has been every other time I've ever been here. Alright, I think I can get up now. Alright. My legs worked. I just had to let them, I just had to let my feet become unnumb. Here's some of the pretty flowers. Whatever kind of trees these are. These are different than the trees I was looking at parks a couple weeks ago that had white flowers. Most of them, the flowers are all gone now. And whatever kind these weren't like blossoming yet. I guess they're blossoms. So the ones that I thought were cherry blossoms, I don't know if those were actually, or if these are, or if they're I'm really confused when it comes to trees, you know. Beryl was looking up at one of the gardens, and there's so many freaking cherry blossom and peach blossom trees and all kinds of stuff that it's just extremely confusing. So I had just been looking at trees being like, I think these are cherry blossom trees, but now I think I'm too confused to even say that I think they are. Like, it's like I have no clue. Just nice blossoms. Right, it's exploring time. Oh look, there's a little boat cruising along. I've never been on any of the trails that come up here into the mountain, the mountain. It's just like a little, the top of the island is, the middle of the island is taller. So a hill, just up the hill, that's what I mean. So this is it. This road is closed today because they're having a bike race. So I'm right here. I can't walk up there and go to the road, but I can walk up until I hit this trail and go back down to the perimeter one and then go walk the rest of the way down. Or walk back down here and go that way. So I think I'll just go on one of these and come out there. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know how long these, assuming, like I haven't been here since like a few months ago, but those pink ones, there's some trees around home that are pink like that, and they just started blooming like last week, basically. So I'm assuming those have only been around for like a week. Huh, they actually just have a random water fountain there and a bench. It's kind of weird, but uh-huh. Oh, okay. But yeah, I figured you were saying this trail just looks like it ends here. Guess I need to go back up that main looking trail maybe. Oh, actually it keeps going, I guess. Yeah, the pink ones back there. Yeah, I thought you meant the ones. Remember that stream when we were talking about them when I was walking along the Cedar River? And there was a bunch of white blossom like trees then. And they look totally different. They're like smaller blossoms instead of the, big ones. I don't know if this is actually even an official trail. Kind of looks like where people's just been walking out here. Huh. So I don't know where I'm going. I want to go this way and see if it goes back out to what is hopefully actually a trail. Yeah, and those didn't last very long because those kind of bloomed, and I did the stream there because that seemed like it was about peak bloom, and I remembered those from the year before that they didn't last very long. And I did that stream, and they were like, by the next week, most of them were like, a lot of the blooms were gone. Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, Veryl was looking at it a little bit when we were at one garden. I'm laughing because, like, This is I ended up going on, I don't think this is an actual trail. This is a watch me get lost stream. Now, go up to like where the trail ends. Like this one looks like it's about to end. And then I'll have to backtrack out to known civilization. What are these trails for? Oh, this gets more open up there. Did this used to be a trail? Is it an actual trail and they just don't upkeep it good? Or did a few people walk out and then there's a whole bunch of people like me? It splits off that way and this one goes that way. I think I just go back before I walk really far away and get to one that just ends. It's probably the most entertaining kind of IRL stream though. Yeah, well, I went up the trail where it cut off and there was a bench and a water fountain there, which made it look real. That basically ends too. I don't want to walk through that many plants. Kind of looks like it could still be a trail. I was saying, watch streamer get lost in the woods is probably a pretty interesting kind of IRL stream. All right, I guess I'm going back. These all just dead end. Well, some fun exploring. I like exploring. So, I'm just confused about... Yeah, maybe it's an animal trail, or people walked up because they saw it bench and then walked down an animal trail, and then you have more people like me that are like, oh, this is a trail. I'll go up, and they all turn around right there like me. They're like, wait, this isn't a trail. Could go out that one, but it kind of, even just like right over there, looks like it's already starting to dead end. It looked much less traveled. This has dog prints or something in it. I guess dogs, unless, I don't think coyotes would have paws that big. There's a bunch of signs saying that coyotes live at this park. It's probably just someone walking their dog out here. I was just curious if it... There's that one also. But let's go back to the main trail. The actual trail, that's what I should say. Not main trail. The only one that's actually a trail. Okay, these were about mog-sized prints. Maybe a little larger. Yeah. Yeah, Ari, you know the big garden, Washington Arboretum? I was there a few weeks ago and saw a coyote walking around in the daylight. Like, it just came down this trail and saw me and some other people on one of the big trails, and then kind of went up this side trail, and there were some other people coming down it, and then it figured out it was surrounded, so it just went into the woods. Like, creeped into the woods, like, oh crap, I gotta get away from these people, basically. I've seen coyotes walking down the street there where we live, and so I thought they were pretty much all in the city, but like I've only seen them after dark walking down the street. So like and they have signs in the arboretum, whatever you say, how you say it, like they do here, that says that coyotes live there. But I just was surprised that I saw one in the like broad daylight at 3 in the afternoon or whatever. So hello. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't want to. Here's that other trail that cuts off. They actually have maps for them. All right, so I'll go down this one. It wouldn't get. Oh, I remember now. I said it came down a side trail. And I was trying to remember when I said that, like, where it came from. Here, let me change this. Bitrate's dying again. Hopefully that'll make it better. If not, then there's just no good cell service in the middle of this park. I didn't have it all. Well, dang. It actually came down the trail I was on, like the main paved trail, or came off from the other side, because I remember that now, because I was like taking pictures of a tree and just looked over and saw it like walking by me like 30 or 40 feet away, and it circled around all the people and tried going up the side path, and then to get I guess it looked like it had over because there was some people with some dogs, and like it wanted to say hello to them. Is like it almost interested in the dogs, and then it saw the people looking at it and got scared. I don't know if this is hardly watchable. Maybe I should go back, or maybe it'll get better coming up here. I am on a peninsula out in the middle of the lake, and the only cell towers are on either side of the lake, so at a really long distance. And I guess if you throw some trees in between you and those really far away cell towers, then this is what happens. Seems better now.
Engineer and very, very frugal. And he was like, damn, you spent this much money on a...
It's holding like 2 or 3 megabits instead of nothing. Okay, but talking about Cody's being used to people, there's so many parks here that have ducks, and the ducks will just basically walk right up to you if they see you and be like, hey, are you gonna feed me? Like they come up to you looking for food. They're so used to people and people feeding them. What is this? Oh, I thought this was a trail sign, but it's not. Help us monitor forest recovery after hemlock dieback by uploading to Chronolog a photo monitoring tool powered by people like you. Turn phone horizontal. Take a photo of the landscape. Oh. Cool, I've never ever seen one of these. I didn't know it was a freaking thing. Alright, so take picture. Oh, wait. It has a thing to put your phone here to line it up. So you get the picture exactly how they want it. This is pretty cool. So take picture. Wait, did I take the picture before I moved it? Ah! Imagine having, right, take a picture and then you email it. Share, alrighty, bye Ari. I probably will still be here. Depends on how long. Yeah, I will head to park outside of the park because I have to walk down the road a little ways to get, I'll probably stream all the way back to my car. And I might hang out in the park a while too. I'll probably still be here in 40 minutes. But if I'm not, bye Ari. Hope you have a nice rest of your day. If I don't talk to you later. Let's see, what am I doing? Oh yeah, emailing. New email. To upload at can I spell CHRONO log? Right, I can. .io. Oh, I did it just .io. I'm doing this just for fun. It seems like it'd be fun just to try. You would assume they'd have a lot of people do this and you'd have more pictures than they wanted, but you never know. It does seem kind of cool. It's a funky sounding bird. Oh, I didn't think about it. So can you look? Does it tell? Is it some database where you can see who uploaded the photos? Like, am I about to dox myself? Because if people see that I uploaded this and what email address I uploaded it with, like, you know, that's probably, maybe I shouldn't upload it while I'm on stream with an email address that has my last name in it. Oh, okay. Well, if there is a way, I've just talked about it. So, anybody that, I mean, I'm IRL streaming, like really. You could just, you know, if you went through that much trouble, you can just come to the park. Yeah. Well, it's like, why? I'm just like, wait, I'm IRL streaming. Why am I even worrying about this? Alright, cool. They got their picture. The Friends of Seward Park. However you pronounce this park. Seattle Park and Recreation. That's kind of cool. So you said there's only like 1,000 of them? I guess that would make sense why I've never seen one. Because I have never seen one. That's why I thought it was a trail sign. And I'm just, but that's kind of cool. So I guess I can just, like, I figured, well, why don't they just have someone occasionally, they probably occasionally need a picture, but whoever I sent the picture to, I guess Seattle will, like, put that up in the park. But then they don't have to deal with it. And then whoever else can be remote, whoever keeps up with the pictures, and they can just get pictures every now and then see how the forest changes. That, I don't know if that looks like a real trail or not. I don't want to miss the trail that goes back down to the road. Does this just go over to the log? This is a real trail that has mulch on that part where it looks like a wet looking spot. And they cut the tree out of the way. Alright. I'll just go this way. It looks fun. Then windy, twisty trail. Oh, the sun's cool going through the trees. So this isn't particularly scenic in here compared to anything else I ever hike, but there are some pretty nice trails. Here's a well-traveled looking one, which I have no clue where it came from, because I didn't think there was another trail it cut off, unless I'm just that oblivious and I missed it. So something obviously dug in the ground here, and it looks like some little paw prints, but you can't make that out that good. I mean, like, I don't know how you'd tell the difference between a dog and a coyote anyways. If it's... signs of a coyote or someone just walking their dog. Oh, like the prints. I think it's pretty easy to tell if something's an actual coyote or a dog, like if you see the animal. At least, even if some dogs might look pretty close to coyotes, I guess, but like, at least the way they act, like the coyotes I've seen are like obviously wild, like they're scared of people. I guess some dogs are scared, like if you see a dog that like got out of someone's house and is not used to being out around people, it could be scared of people, but still they act a different kind of scared or skittish. Yeah, I figured the prints would look the same, and you can't go by size because you have no there could be like all kinds of different sizes of dogs coming out here. Like ones that would be larger than coyotes. Huh, someone put a bunch of stuff in here. Some pine cones and some bird feathers and some trees. Yeah. Like the ones I've seen, it's like the coyotes are just obviously coyotes when you see them. Like a wild animal, not a like domesticated dog. Like how they act and kind of look different too. Although I guess some dogs are pretty wolf or coyote like as far as features. Like really pointy ears and stuff. There's some pretty decent sized trees here. Larger than a lot of the places I walk. So that's kind of cool. Oh, that link you just sent me is freaking cool. That's pretty cool. Here's a huge tree trunk where a tree fell over. Hello. Yeah, that's what I was just looking what it looked like also for just a little bit. It's really cool that you can just play through and watch everybody's pictures of the area. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. Crazy, that big tree fell over the trail and the trail just goes down and around where the pulled up at. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said it was so cool. I wasn't expecting you to be able to just see all the pictures. Like them being on a website. I don't know what I was expecting. I guess not really anything. Figured you send them off to somebody and it doesn't actually have a public site where you could see the stuff. So I didn't even bother looking or think about looking. But I guess you did. That's kind of cool. That's cool, the water reflecting. Might look nice in camera and not blinding. That part of the trail going around gets where you can't see this time at night. Okay, cool. I'll look at it. Also, I'll look at the... I guess I'll look at them both after stream. Look at more of the pictures, the one that I saw, because that's kind of cool. And the one you sent me. This has kind of turned into a fun trail. I like windy up and down trails like this. Oh, there must be like, I mean, I haven't seen that many people here, but this park is super popular, like the outside loop. So this must be the trail that goes back down to the, I think, remember from the map, it cut off that trail and came down, and this one runs into it. I assume this must run back out to the road. There's probably still a pretty decent amount of people that go by there and see that one. Cool. Look at all these. Yes, cool. It's fun to watch and everything. Look at all these orange flags all over this area. Wonder what they're for. There's some more right up here also. They're all over this area of the woods, like on this side of the trail. They're in these stump-looking things, whatever those used to be. So it looks like something that they've, maybe it's some invasive plant that they've poisoned. Like there's a bunch of stumps and there's a flag in every single one of them. And there's ferns everywhere. This area just all of a sudden gets really clear. Oh, that is a lot more, yeah. I mean, I guess I could see that. This is a really popular park. Maybe it's just way more popular than the one you found. And there's a bunch of people here that like thinks it's cool like me, and they take the time to go, you know, email them a picture for fun. Or whatever. Oh yeah, I didn't notice these earlier. These are in stumps also. So it's something that they, I guess, trying to get rid of. Poisoned or just cut off and it died or something. It's a boardwalk going over a swamp. Woods are really pretty here. Well, that is kind of back that way, just I like those, whatever kind of evergreens those are. Oh, okay. And this is just off, I mean, these are if you just don't go around the loop, you just want to go up through the park, it's like not much of a walk. I mean, if you're going to walk enough to go all the way around the loop, and if you're like, then getting to that sign is like not much of a walk. So for like a lot of, probably at least half the people that go to the park, they'd walk like that much. It does get busier closer to the parking lot, but not actually that much busier. It seems like a lot of the people just come and walk the whole loop like I do. Like enough that you would get, plenty of people like me that would venture in here and I guess find it, compared to like 2 or 3 miles up a really steep hill. Huh. So, kind of trail looking thing that cuts off. Kind of looks too thin to be an official trail. So I'll just keep following up here. Worst case, I missed the other trail that cuts off, and then I run into the part that was closed for the bike races. But the bike races probably aren't going on this late at night, so that part might actually be open. Worst case, the races keep going and this turns into a night stream. Watch streamer take 2 hours trying to figure out how to get back to their car stream. It'd be a literal lost in the woods stream. Actually, I'd be on trails, but I wouldn't know what the right trail was. Lost in the woods until it gets dark. Well, hopefully there's only coyotes here. Something moved, like, right in there. Yeah. I was gonna say, hopefully there's only coyotes and no mountain lions, so I don't get eaten. I'm not worried about coyotes eating me, but mountain lions after dark, maybe so. Really not worried about that, but it does sound like an adventure. It might be one. Hello. Aha. So this must be the trail that cuts off from up there and goes down to the road. I mean, that's what I said about last time I saw a trail heading down a hill that way. But I'm just gonna keep heading down hills. I'm getting, oh, there's the dock. Yeah, the road is a little bit back over to the left. I'm actually most of the way down to the other end of the park. So this has to be the trail. There's not much park left for it to be anywhere else. Oh, this part is muddy. Oh, fish. I was going to tell you earlier and I forgot. We were talking about something else. No, but I have 2 flashlights that have... I have 2 cell phones that have flashlights and enough battery packs to power my phones while streaming for like at least 10 more hours, probably. It's 8 or 10 more hours. So don't have a headlamp, but there's no way I have so much power in my backpack, there's no way I'm running out of light before tomorrow. Like, I definitely have enough to make it through the... Yeah, I can definitely walk around in the woods. If I switched battery packs around and everything, I might be able to almost even keep streaming overnight until the sun comes back up. The stuff I have plugged in, one's gonna die way before the other one, and I can't power everything off of just one. But if I got rid of my modem, I could keep the phones powered all night, even if I was streaming, I'm pretty sure. If I got rid of the modem in my Velobox, which is a lot of the power. Alright, so we made it back out. I cannot see. I'm gonna walk right over here. If I remember right, there's a little trail that cuts off over here.
All the kids have giant space.
And I don't know what this dock is for. I guess they do some kind of swimming stuff. I'll walk. So it could be. Yeah, they have well, at the park they only have non-motorized boat put-ins, but they do have one right down there. But I mean, they were having a bike race today, so maybe they have kayak races sometimes, or boat races. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why I only thought about swimming. Either swimming or boating, obviously. So that was a long detour, because I walked down this side like a lot of the way down here. No. But I guess it would to have a whole dock, it would be some kind of like, park sanctioned event, where I would think where that would be big enough for them to ever go pay for putting a dock there. So I figured probably races for them to actually go spend that much money. But the other thing I would think is if, like, in the summer they had like kayak rentals or something, but I don't think they do that here. And that dock is out, like, floating in the lake out by itself. There's no walkway going over to it, and no path going over there like they normally have one or anything. Like, I've wondered that before, because yeah, that would make sense if it had a way to get onto the land. I mean, it could just be for people to go be able to dock their boats over there and hang out at the edge of the park. But if it was for that, you would think they'd have a trail where they could, uh, just for convenience for people to be able to ride their boats into the park. Yeah. Yeah, they don't actually have a marina or anything here, which is weird. It seems kind of weird for how many. There's a boat right over here and one right out there. They seem to like this area. Oh, and I think there's a place to put in boats over there at a different park. Because I've been here on the weekend before, like down at the end of the park, like by the parking lot, and there's just like tons of boats out here, like 100 or 200 of them or something. Like if it's really busy on the weekend. It's okay, I don't know how to spell it either, but I knew how to guess what you probably meant. What made sense? The most sense for you to be trying to say right then. Oh yeah, fish. I was going to tell you again earlier, and then I forgot again. We started talking about something else. I streamed Beat Saber last night, and how did I start playing it? Let's see. Oh, I played World Revolving or whatever, that Camellia remix, the Nullimations map. That's like 6 minutes long. Because I've been wanting to play it, and I wanted to. I had mostly played Tech all stream and wanted to play Murder My Arms to get stamina. So then Beryl showed up about then and said I should play Grief and Malice. So then I played Evacuate the Mosh Pit. Evacuate. I swear I know how to talk. The Mosh Pit. And I almost sniped you, but not quite. I think I had like an 80, and I got like maybe almost 83, and I think you had a 83, so I'm like less than a percent behind. I just figured I'd bring that up because I think I looked last night and it said I had like 42 plays, and I think part of the reason I played that map so much is you used to request it. Yeah. And I think that's one of the songs, the reason I played it so much is because we used to try to see who could pass it the first and then try to snipe each other. So, you're a large part of the reason I have 42 plays on it. It really does sound like it really was a good lineup. World Revolving, and then My Arms were just dead in Grief and Malice, so I ended up felling Grief and Malice. I had the JD, so I didn't play all of Grief and Malice. I had the JD forced really close, and it was like 18.5 or something. So with the 23 NGS, it was way, way, way too zoomy. And then, but it was still, I was like, my arms were dead by the end. Yeah, I looked last night with Grief and Malice. Me and Beryl both have passes on it on Score Saver. And we both have no fells on it. I think probably the last time, I remember we played it in multiplayer. We have no fells on it on Beat Leader. So, and you have a pass on both. That was about the same score for Grief and Malice. I think your beat leader one was slightly lower. Because I was looking at it last night. I think we all three had passes from like 3 years ago. And then you had a more recent pass. And then me and Beryl were not good enough to pass it recently. I think it looked like last time we played, we probably all played it about the same time, and I'm pretty sure I remember playing it when we did multiplayer. I'm pretty sure you had a Score Saver score, unless I'm thinking a different song. I might be thinking of you had different scores for Evacuate the Mosh Pit. Okay. Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember. And bye, Mr. Winnie Cat. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. 7 for early appointment. That sounds kind of horrible. I guess you do need to go to bed, yeah. Alright, good night, Mr. Winnie Cat. Yeah, we need to play multiplayer soon. You see the sun reflecting off of the buildings just a little bit. The camera doesn't really pick it up. It looks a lot brighter IRL. Yep, bye. Yeah, I thought about it like a week ago, posting in Discord and just asking people when they wanted to play. We should try to plan a multiplayer game one day. I guess so, yeah. I was talking about it recently. There was one stream I was talking about, and Lackwiz said they'd join multiplayer. I think it was Lack, and then Whipstick said he'd join. I think Caden said he would too. I think Caden was there the same stream as Whipstick, but I don't remember for sure. So if we wanted to have a very, very large multiplayer game, we could. If we could organize it where everybody can join on the same night. I'm sure Beryl would join, unless it's just like late and she just doesn't want to play that night. The only thing is I need to play more and get stamina back if I want to make it any time in a multiplayer game, though, also. At least if it's playing multiplayer with you, since you like playing Armed Death. Oh, you and Caden. Oh my gosh, playing multiplayer with you and Caden sounds horrendous. Like, you're the two people that give me the most, stamina, heavy arm death. Like, that'd just be a day that I'd just lose my arms. Well, I guess I'm gonna head back down to the other side. I just thought about it, and so we can see Rainier good before it gets completely dark, or dark enough that the sun's not shining on Rainier. I mean, it's still shining on the skyscrapers, so it'll be shining on Rainier a little while longer still, but. Oh, someone made a fire here. Wonder what this sign says, that you're not supposed to dock boats here, or that you are supposed to. Andrews Bay Anchorage Zone. No anchorage allowed. Oh, okay. So you can, this side of it is an anchorage zone where you can anchor your boat. Oh, I was just talking about multiplayer, that we need to, assuming you missed everything that you didn't respond to, or whatever. I think the last thing I said is that we need to play multiplayer, and then I brought up that there was a stream recently that I brought it up, and Lackwiz said they join, and Whipstick also said he'd join, and I think Caden said he'd join, but I don't remember, because I think they were both there at the same time. So we could probably get a pretty big multiplayer game if we could plan it where, like, you're probably the one with the busiest schedule, I feel like. I don't really know about Lack's schedule. I assume Caden and Whip are more normies that would be working today and be available at night. More normies. So there is steps going down to the water, and the lake is so shallow here, you could walk right out to that. It doesn't look like it gets over knee deep, probably. So there's kind of a way to get to it, but not like, and whatever this stuff is on it, whatever all that's for, I have no clue. I've always wondered that, what the freak this is for. Yeah, it is. I used to not like playing with too many people because it would make the game lag, but then I stopped streaming the multiplayer games where we just did them off stream, and that was more fun. And I don't think my game really lags if I'm not streaming, or it doesn't matter how many people there are. It's just doing multiplayer and streaming. That's already such a stretch for it that just more than like 2 people, like when you get up to 3 or 4 people, it's horrible. So I think last time it was just fine. Oh, stand-up paddleboarders. What the heck is... Oh, it's a log. It's not a log. It's some big piece of concrete or something that's sticking out a little bit. I was wondering what was making the water move. I don't know. It kind of looks like a concrete barricade. Funky. So yeah, I was thinking if I was trying to decide if it'd be better to schedule multiple multiplayers and people could just show up whenever. A crocodile. And I'd like to see a crocodile in Washington. That would be really hilarious. It's like I'd think I was in Florida or something. I mean, joke's on me, there's really crocodiles in Washington and I just don't know it. But I extremely doubt that. I want to rent a stand-up paddleboard sometime and try it. I'm not. I wonder how many times I'd fall off. I don't actually know how hard. I'm not particularly good at balancing. So if they're really hard, like. Wait, crocodiles. Alligators are what in Florida? Well, I'm an idiot. I forget sometimes that they're actually different things, and that crocodile and alligator is not just a different name for the same animal. Australia and Asia. Okay, so definitely it would be strange if you saw a crocodile in Washington. Yeah, like if they were as hard as like balancing on a skateboard or a longboard or something, I'd probably fall off a lot. At least I could fall in the water and not on pavement. But if they're so long, they look like they'd be like pretty easy to balance. And I mean, you have a paddle. Oh, crocodiles and alligators. Yeah, I don't even remember the difference now, like how to tell a difference. This is like one of those things. I was thinking about this when we were talking about leap year earlier also. I used to know more of, I remembered for sure however many years there was between each leap year. And it's like all the random facts you learn in school or whatever, and you forget them all. Just like the difference between crocodiles and alligators. When moving? Oh, yeah, because that would be like a kayak. Kayaks, you always have the waves. Like, if you're on water and it's wavy, it'd be just like that, pretty much. And you'd have to deal with them constantly moving. Where I guess a moving skateboard is just basically, once you get moving, it's kind of like a bicycle. That's what I was thought earlier, every 4 years. But I wasn't sure enough to actually, say. Huh, that's pretty steep. There's a wall up there. That's funky. It's a nice view of the sky lighting up. Yeah, I really want to rent a paddleboard one day. Unfortunately, I won't stream that. I would say that'd be a really good stream. If I fall off of it a lot, it would just be entertainment, but I can't stream from just my GoPro. I could put everything in a waterproof bag and sit it down on the board. So if I turned the whole board over or something, the stuff wouldn't get wet, and stream from my GoPro to the Bella box over Wi-Fi, so it would be stable, as long as it should connect to Wi-Fi good enough to be stable. And then I actually could, I'd have all my stuff, I'd have a waterproof setup. It'd be like the stream where you watched the last IRL stream and you get to watch why it's the last one. It's like Oh, I've been meaning to set it up because I just remembered I was going to take a picture there. This app has a snapshot button, and you can set it up where it'll upload pictures as soon as you take them into Discord. So like if you're streaming and you want to like take a picture for people to see good, I could have like a Discord channel that's only like IRL stream pictures, and I could, upload a nice picture. Anybody that's in Discord, you can see it. I was trying to decide if that would actually be interesting enough to set up, or if it would just be. I guess it depends on how many random pictures I just take, like set it up and get excited and take a bunch of pictures. If they're nice enough pictures, I guess it would be probably fun for people to see them, even if they didn't watch the stream. It'd probably be mostly pictures of flowers and stuff. So here's another boat loading zone. There's one on the other side of the island, or other side of Peninsula Park, near this end, and one right there. But I just found that out. I thought the snapshot button was just take pictures that it saved on your phone, and I took a bunch one stream when I was at the garden last week and figured out that it doesn't save them. And yeah, I can. You can't I usually, when I use my GoPro, I have it plugged up to power, because if you have it sitting still, it'll overheat pretty fast. But like, if you're bike riding or if you're in the water, if you're moving enough, it doesn't overheat, and I can run it off this battery, and the battery only lasts like so long, and I only have one, so if I wanted to stream more, I don't know, an hour or something, I might need to get another battery just so I could swap out batteries. But yeah, I can run it, and you have to stream with the GoPro app, which is what I tried doing the first time I ever tried streaming. Like the first few I ever did, where they were like just cut off way more than you could actually see them. Like I remember how bad they were. The first few I did would be like a 30-minute stream, and there was like 5 minutes of it that was actually video, probably of the whole 30 minutes. That was using a GoPro app, but that was streaming back to Twitch with one connection. So I would just be streaming with that. Yeah. I mean, I guess sometimes they're not watchable now, depending on how picky you are. You could consider some of them not watchable now, because like this one, the beginning of it, when I was over on the other side, the bitrate kept dropping down really. Probably most of that was, well, talking about bitrate dropping down really bad. It literally did that like a second after I said that. So this one, I guess you could probably call it not watchable. Now, they still have the upper loop closed signs, so I guess maybe the bike races are still going on. Yep. I have really good timing like that. Like just bring up bitrate and it just dies. Or bring up this or that and then just, whatever happens. This area is cool. You have all the pretty trees all the way along the road. And whatever that is. That right there. But yeah, I guess if they're watchable now, they used to really not be watchable. But I'd be using that, but I would be I don't know. That's why I was wondering earlier if these are cherry blossoms or something else. And welcome back, Gary. I went to another park like 2 weeks ago, and it had a bunch of trees with smaller blossoms, and they were like white, or some of them were kind of pinkish white, and they weren't like really bright or like pink like this. And I thought those were cherry blossoms. And then Daryl looked it up some and figured out we weren't sure what they were. So I don't actually know if these are cherry blossoms or not. Or some other kind. There's a little walk across here. There's a nice tree with a bunch of flowers and stuff. If I have enough bit rate. Come back, bit rate, please. Oh yeah, I was thinking about that also. I was like looking up places to go around Seattle that to see cherry blossoms, and UW was supposed to be the most popular place, and I've never even been there when there's cherry blossoms or when there's not. Oh, this is like a little garden type area. Pretty cool. It's unfortunate that cell services only sometimes existing. Oh, you're almost back to see Rainier over there. So there's I think that's a camellia. That bush with the pink, red, whatever flowers. And I don't know what that little one is. So do these look... Oh, cool. I'll walk over here, there's more nice bushes. Yeah, the site about that, I think it said those trees used to be in Washington Arboretum. And like where the toll bridge goes across now. And then when they built the toll bridge or either upgraded it, it displaced the trees, so they took them all up and planted them at UW, where they're at now. So I thought it was kind of interesting. Didn't know they used to be like... There's a trail at the Arboretum that goes up under the toll bridge over to the other out to the edge of the lake. So I'm assuming it was kind of that part. It looked like a place where they could have a lot of nice trees and stuff. I guess that's actually the only part at the Arboretum that is like not a swamp, or not, the lake, or it's really wet. It's like or solid ground. Let's see, walk down here. So we'll get a really good view of Rainier. This part of the park was like crazy busy earlier. It's still pretty busy. But there was like no parking. It looks like people just ended up parking all out in the road because there was so little parking. Oh, so it looks like, I think that's Boeing. So, where the Cedar River comes out into the lake, which is where I was at that one day when we saw all the trees with the white flowers that I was talking about. Because I walked all the way down the Cedar River a long ways, all the way out to where it ran into the lake. So I think that's where I was at that day, like, right in that, on like the right side of it. Gosh, I cannot hold the phone still enough with one hand. It looks so freaking far away. Like you look on a map and this just looks right up the lake from there, but it's kind of cool. I guess about like the toll bridge. The toll bridge looked quite a way, or the I-90 bridge looked quite a ways away from the where I was sitting at the other end of the park earlier. I wonder what kind of trees these are. They're really big down at the bottom, and then they really branch out into a lot of trunks. Oh, I was like, what is that? It was that I heard something that duck jumping up on the log. Oh, and it made the log splash. That's why it sounded like a splash. Because the whole log's like bobbing up and down a little. was wondering if it was going over to the other two ducks, but like, nope. So it's late enough now. Looks like there's still a little sun shining on Rainier, or either the light reflecting off the clouds. Like, it definitely looks pinkish, but the clouds also, like up there, look pinkish. But I think it's still the sun shining on the top, like just barely over the horizon. So like really filtered light. If you're still here, Ari, do you know, are these pink trees here cherry blossoms? Like, I was wondering if this would actually be a good time of the year to go to UW still and see the cherry blossoms, or if it's past cherry blossom season. When I read on the internet before, it said that peak cherry blossom season was like usually end of March or beginning of April, but it depended on the year and the weather. Oh, I guess that's also what was making me think that those other trees were cherry blossoms, because they were peak like the very beginning of April, and they're like just don't have blossoms anymore. So actually, these probably aren't cherry blossoms then, unless the peak cherry blossom time this year is like middle of April somehow instead of the beginning. I've been to like in University District a little bit, like close to UW, but not like actually, I don't even know what it's like there or where the trees are at. Oh, okay. So it's like, okay. So it's too late to see them now. That's why I was wondering if there'd actually still be any, any blossoms, any point in going there, or if it's done for this year. Uh-huh. Yeah, this year seems weird weather-wise. It's been so warm. Most of like I don't know how it'd make a difference for trees if it would actually make them bloom later or earlier, but like I mowed the grass a few days ago, and since I've lived in Washington, I don't remember having to mow the grass until like at least into May, like probably end of May. So the grass growing already that I had to mow the grass the first half of April just it seems very strange. It might be because I watered the yard last year and didn't let it all die completely, so it's growing faster. But either way, I'm used to having to mow the grass in like March or April in the southeast, but Washington, I thought it stayed so cold in the winter, you only had to mow like June, and then it's so dry in July and August that it kind of all dies, and then you mow again some in like October when it starts raining, September or October, and then you're done. So it seemed weird having to mow the grass in April. Oh, everybody's like really heading out. There were a bunch of people over there. Guess I probably should head out also. It's gonna start getting dark, like actually dark soon. Well, dang, already. I thought maybe I'd do a. Okay, for UW, that's what I figured. I thought maybe I'd do a UW cherry blossom stream or something, or at least go there off stream and see them. Well, I guess next year. Assuming I'm still living here next year. Probably cool to see. Alright, one more good view of Rainier, and then I guess I'll head back towards your car. Yeah. Yeah, it reminds me, thinking about doing stuff, like going to see cherry blossoms. I need to go up to Paradise in the winter before, like, you know, June where most of the snow melts. Because I've never been all the way up there. The only time I've gone to Rainier in the winter, the road was closed at Longmire. Because I guess depending on the day, sometimes they'll have it open there, like part of the way up, and sometimes they'll have it open all the way up to Paradise. I've never been up to Paradise in the winter. It's really cool looking. It's so freaking tall. I'm just not used to mountains being that tall. Yeah, one of the roads, they try to keep it open going up to the top. I mean, not to the top of the mountain, but as high up as you go. I was thinking we talked about this one time. Maybe it was somebody else that brought up that I should go up there in the winter. I don't remember. There was a stream when I was talking about driving in the snow. But yeah, the two main roads, like paved ones that go up, are Sunrise and Paradise. And one that goes up to Paradise is what area called, and one that goes up to Sunrise. Sunrise is higher elevation, I believe, and Sunrise they close it in the winter. But Paradise, I don't know what they're doing this year. Last year they only tried to keep it open during the weekends because they said that they didn't have enough staff to keep it open all year. I know at least the beginning of this year they were, I think, trying to keep it open all during the week. But I think there's at least a few days, at least on the weekends, unless it snows a lot, they'll have it open. So you can drive all the way up to the visitor center up there and stuff. I was gonna look and see, let's see. When it's open. This winter. Carbon River. Oh, that's at Bridges closed. Paradise Road status. Road opened. Weather dependent. Regular nightly closure of the gate to Paradise at Longmire has ended for the season. The road can still close at any time due to weather road conditions. All vehicles are still required to carry tire chains until May the 1st. Oh, so I guess it's already past when they close it every night? Weird. So that makes it sound like it's open more this late into the year. And then I'm sure there'll still be tons of snow, because last time I went up there is my dad flew out here to visit the year before last in June, and we were going to go hiking up there, and most of the trails were still covered in snow. Or actually pretty much all of them were. Like some of them right down near the parking lot, the snow had mostly melted, but once you hiked a little ways up, you were just like walking over snow. So we didn't actually end up walking that much because it just takes so long to walk up snow, and I didn't have any good shoes. My shoes were like most of the way worn out. So they're like worn out hiking shoes, so they had like really, really bad ice and snow traction. So there's still a lot of snow left up there in the middle of June. I would say I'd stream that one day, but there's actually is cell phone service up at Paradise. They have a tower up there. I mean, you can just see here, which I mean, it's always snow covered in the top, but like I know in the summer the snow doesn't come like, I don't think it comes all the way down here. Like it's just the big part in the middle. Like right here, I guess most of that still has snow. I don't think it spreads out much on both sides. So it definitely looks like there's still a lot of snow. Oh wait, you just mean Paradise also, not just the entire mountain. Which I guess is what I figured, but like the snow, I don't know, I'm not gonna judge by looking at it right now, but I mean it looks like the snow is still low enough that there'd be a ton of snow at Paradise. Anyways, I guess I'm going to, it's starting to get even more dark, so I'm gonna head back towards the car. I have a little ways to walk. There's a really big parking lot in the middle of the park, but it was closed because of bike race, like I said earlier. And that's actually like, I think it's more parking than all the parking lots down here. So it's just basically most of the parking was closed. So, I ended up picking, I don't come up here on the weekends usually because you can't ever find parking, but usually on the weekdays you do. But I ended up going the one day that they have bike races and half the parking's closed. You want me to kick it back? Okay. I almost just kicked their ball back to them. And then I thought, well, Might actually not want it kicked back. So then I just asked, and he's just like, nah, it's okay. Usually I figure kids would think, especially kids would think it funny if you kick their ball back to them and play with them. But I don't even, people are so weird here compared to the Southeast as far as what they like or not. I don't even know if it's safe to assume that kids would want you to kick their ball back without asking them. Thank you. Well, I guess I should specify people here are so weird. People, like, I'm just talking about Seattle Freeze. What I've heard, I don't know if that actually explains what I'm talking about, but like, I've heard people, I don't know. I actually don't know. I've only lived here for 3 years and I've talked to very few children and I don't even know. Sure. Like, there's stuff here, like, you Oh, it's back. It's like actually back now with enough bit rate that I'm pretty sure you'll be able to hear me talk. I think. Alright. I think I'm just gonna walk completely out of service. No! Man. Oh, now it's kind of back. It might actually still be watchable, or at least where you can hear me, but I'm not good enough at telling on this app how the bitrate looks. My Velobox. Anyways, if anyone can hear me, and I'll drive someplace with better bitrate, and then I can say goodbye and stuff. Oh, I left my backpack. Really? Awesome. Okay. I will finish what I was telling people. I just didn't want to do a bunch of talking and then nobody be able to hear me. Alright, bye, Gary. But anyways, the audio was good. I've only been here for 3 years and don't know if the Seattle Freeze applies to children or not. And I was saying in the Southeast, you can like wave to someone and say hello going down a trail, and most people all think that's nice. Here, some people think it's nice. Some people glare at you like, how dare you speak to me, and stuff like that, or walk by you like you're a creepy person waving to them and saying hello. So Seattle, from where I grew up, where everyone's really friendly, comparing and going to Seattle Freeze is like a bit going from one extreme to another. So I just, don't want, if kids apply to Seattle Freeze, I've mostly stopped waving to people and saying hello. I did some at the park today, people that kind of looked friendly, but I mostly stopped acknowledging people outside, because I don't want to creep people out saying hello to them and make them feel awkward. So, I didn't know if I didn't want to also kick a kid's ball back to them and make them feel awkward. So, that's what I was talking about, confused about. Don't actually know. I guess you would assume children wouldn't be Seattle Freeze, but I mean, if you're raised in Seattle and maybe kids don't greet each other like adults and stuff. So yeah, I drove a little bit up. I was going to try to get to better cell service, but I'll just drive part of the way home. I'll stop someplace and end. Probably stop pretty soon, because it's kind of probably mostly boring watching since it's almost dark. Oh, it's a doggo cruising across the road. Yeah, it's kind of weird. When I first came up here, oh, yeah, I wouldn't say most. Most of the time, if I wave to someone and say hello, I do it before they do. And I feel like out of the times that I actually do it to people, about half of them actually say hello back, like they're, like I didn't just put them on the spot. And about the other half of them, they'll either not say anything or they might say hello back, but they just really look like they're getting out of their comfort zone to say hello back. And that, I mean, I just do it because in the Southeast, everybody does that, and it's just, I mean, I kind of like people waving and saying hello to me, which is weird, because I mostly am scared of strangers and don't like talking to strangers, but then when it's in public, and I guess you just grew up, you just got used to waving and saying hello to people, then it's, just seems normal. Like here, I've stopped doing it a lot more, like I said, because makes me feel like I'm torturing people. But yeah, I couldn't believe how extreme it was. When I first came up here, I just thought everybody was a bunch of rude assholes, pretty much. But then I figured out that they all just seem to be scared of each other. Like, because there's been some people that I ended up talking to that I kind of thought, they were Seattle Freeze, so, that just seems, if you're not used to it at all, like that culture, like being rude, but like, then I figured out that, they were nice people and everything, they were just like scared of talking to people, and that included scared of being waving at people, which, makes sense, if that's not what you're just used to everybody doing. But at least, to me, it seems, that extreme. But I guess you also hear that people in the Southeast are friendly or whatever. Like as far as at least like saying hello and stuff like that, like friendly, like in public or whatever. So, or at least I've heard that. Like at least on the East Coast, you have Northeasterners that are not like Seattle Freeze type, but they don't say hello and stuff the same way. Like they seem more less social than, you know, people in the Southeast. So I might not be a good judge because it just might seem strange, like more like that. But Beryl has kind of gotten, like, noticed the same stuff. So I think the Seattle Freeze is just actual real. Mostly real. Whatever. At least, you know, partly. It's not just like... I actually thought it was a made-up thing that where, like... Because when I first came up here, people talk about how it rains in Seattle all the time. And then I came up here in the first summer, just figured out it was like paradise, like sunny and in the 70s. Oh, like LA being more friendly than rest of the West Coast and everything. I mean, I could see that. The winters here are depressing. And I even think locals think the winters are depressing. Because I'll, like, talk to people that's lived here for a long time and they'll, like, bring up actually that they're tired of, like, it getting dark at 4:30 p.m. and the rain and stuff. And I'm just like, wait, so this isn't just depressing to me because I grew up in the Southeast? You mean you've lived here for 10 years and you're depressed too? It was like, you know, it's kind of surprising. It's like, whoa. So I could see it being so rainy here in the winter that people just get depressed. And in the summer's nice, but then you know, go back to another, you know, 10 months or 8 months where it, you know, rains most of the time. I mean, I guess it's colder too. I guess I did sound, I thought about that kind of, I sounded almost excited or happy. Like, no, I'm not happy that people's depressed, but kind of excited that I found out that someone else felt the same way as I did. It's like, wait, you mean it's not just me? You mean the weather actually sucks? We're all depressed? But I could see it being a latitude thing because, like, further south, there's more nicer weather. People go outside more in the winter when it's warmer. Like here or like northeast or whatever where it's cold a lot more. I could see that. Like, I always assumed that I thought the winter and the cold sucked because I just lived someplace where it wasn't as cold, and people that lived way up north were just used to it and it was as nice as the summer to them, or, you know, close to it. But like, people here actually act like the winter sucks compared to the summer. So it's like, well, if even people living up north have the same aesthetic as me where they don't really like the cold, then if it's cold most of the year, then you probably are going to be depressed if you know, don't go outside as much. And, you know, they also like going outside like I do and stuff. So that could make sense, it being a latitude thing, just if you live in a cold, rainy area and it's, you know, more of the year is not nice. You would think LA sounds horrible though, like it's in a desert and like super dry. But I guess if it's warm and stuff, I mean, I guess it's not humid there, so even if it's hot, it wouldn't feel wouldn't be like deathly hot, deathly filling hot. Oh, I'm gonna change this right. There's a little bit less of the. I just noticed half the stream was my phone holder. Oh, really? I don't know anything about LA, really. Like, I know it's basically in the desert, so I figured it was probably in the 90s or like close to 100 a lot. Like, 90 or 95. So, I also felt like LA was a furnace. But I guess if it's mostly in the 70s and 80s and it's not humid, 80 degrees isn't very hot if there's no humidity. Like, I don't know that I would call that more than just a little warm. Like here in the summer when it gets up into the 80s, it's usually dry. So that compared to if it's 85 in the southeast right after a thunderstorm, 85 here just feels comfortable to me mostly. Oh, to LA? Uh-huh. Yes, I might have just happened to have been there the horrible, hot days or weeks. Yeah, LA is one of those places, cities, if I hear LA or Phoenix or Las Vegas and stuff like that, I always just think of furnace in the desert. Because it's dry, and then I think hot when I'm thinking about dry, desert, usually, in the summer at least, and then cities are usually hotter because of a bunch of concrete. So then, you're in a desert and then you bake in the city. So those are three places I always I hear about them and I was thinking why would you ever want to live there or something? But, they might not be that bad. I mean, what you hear about Seattle is, I don't think I ever finished explaining this exactly earlier. I've always heard that Seattle, it just rains the whole year. That is horrible, is what I heard about it from, other part, before I came up here. And then I came up here, and in the summer, the first summer, it was, in the 70s most of the time, and, sunny, and I was just well, dang, this is just paradise compared to what I heard it was. Let's see. I'm trying to pull over someplace and in stream since I'm in a good area to stop. But I always heard that, and then what people's told me up here, I think mostly jokingly, but people's are yeah, we used to say it's horrible and rainy all the time to keep people from moving here, because if they the summer is so nice, they just Oh, so you have some family in LA? But yeah, 10 or 15 years is quite a while. That's actually a while to like, I mean, that's actually a while kind of like, if it was really hot and horrible, at least for me, like, I'll remember stuff then, like, if it's really horrible and then I haven't gone there in, like, 10 years or something, by then you kind of forget some stuff and the only thing you remember is just that it's horrendous, like, you'd never want to be there. And then, like, I've remembered stuff like being hot and then I've gotten used to, like, the heat more or something, and then when you go back or something, you're like, wait, this isn't like as bad as I thought it used to be, or whatever. So like 10 or 15 years is so long also, your like aesthetic could change so much that you might just like go from thinking a place is horrible to nice. Or like misremembering it. I mean, not that I'm saying you are. I was just thinking about it because you said it'd been like 10 or 15 years. And I figured, well, that might be part of if it's supposedly nice and you remember it being bad. And I've never been there, so I've just, know it's in a desert and just assume it's bad. Because I've actually never really heard that much about LA. Because, like, you don't hear that much about, like, the West Coast if you live on the East Coast. Because you more just hear about stuff, like, closer to you, where there's more people from those areas. I guess I did probably hear more about Seattle area than anywhere else because I guess it was popular for people coming up here, like, on vacations. So I did know it was nice some of the time in the summer. I just didn't realize it was that nice for that many months until I came up here. I mean, that's probably kind of what I thought also. Like, I didn't know that much about LA, but I did know it was kind of in the desert. And I'm just thinking, like, okay, so California. Well, I don't know. I did hear about, like, how cool California was and, like, like, it being in the 70s a lot and, like, right on the coast, like, beaches. But maybe that was like LA also, if LA is in the 70s a lot in the summer. Because, like, if you have a lot of friends that do like tech type stuff, you could be in another part of the country and hear more about, like, Bay Area. But I think since LA is like the biggest area, at least I'm pretty sure it is, that you just hear more about LA. Whatever little amount you do hear about and on the East Coast. So California is like one of those places. It's like, it seems like everybody lives in California, especially if you're on the internet, because there's so many California people in California on the internet. So it seems like half the people you talk to are just from California. Like, I'm kind of joking, but it kind of also seems like that too. Oh yeah. You hear about, Hollywood and stuff like that and everything, yeah. So, like, it seems like everybody's from California and they like living in California, but whatever you hear about the weather, it's like, are you all idiots? Why would you want to live in a furnace or something? Like, if you hear about, like, LA's weather or something. So, maybe it's not all that bad, or whatever. mean, it's kind of like you mostly hear that the Pacific Northwest is horrible and rainy and depressing. Which, I mean, like I said earlier, I think it is kind of depressing in the winter some. And maybe that's part of, like, Seattle freeze and stuff. Everyone's just freaking depressed, you know, and hating their lives over half of the year. And they just don't want to talk to each other and stuff. But, like, since I got used to it, though, it took me like a few years to really get used to the rain. Plus, I guess it's been more sunny this winter than a normal one, but at least compared to this winter has been nicer than most winters in the Southeast. And, you know, every summer has been nicer than the summers in the Southeast. So, like, when I first came up here, I thought, well, the summers are nice, but the winters are so sucky that overall the weather's not as nice. Like, I'd rather have the weather in the Southeast. But, like, by last winter, I got used to it, and I was like, okay, well, I actually would kind of have to say it's equal now. And in this winter, I was even more used to the, you know, how the winters are. And now I prefer the weather up here. So it's like, you know, I heard it was all depressing, and the first year I was like, oh gosh, this is actually as rainy and depressing as people say. It's like freaking horrible. But like, you really do seem to just get used to it. Meryl messaged me and I was just reading it for a minute. So I've been live for 3 hours and 50 minutes, and my phone got a little bit hot one time, but it never overheated or anything. This is the longest stream I've done on my phone. Every other long IRL stream has been using my Bella box, and it, you know, doesn't get hot. And 17 gigs of data. Oh, that's a lot of data. Especially since most of it's on my hotspot and I only have 30 gigs. Well, actually probably only a little over half of it by the time I split it all up. Anyways, I guess I will go ahead and find someone to raid, or see if I'm going to raid anyone. I was just sitting here, it was kind of fun talking about cities. It's supposed to be 71 tomorrow, or a high. I need to work in the evening. So definitely if I stream, it won't be... Probably would have to start early enough to be stopping stream about the time I started today. So I might try to go mountain biking or something tomorrow and stream it. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I've just been sitting in a parking lot for a few minutes. So, I might try to go mountain biking. I was planning on trying to go today, and my back tire was flat, and I tried airing it up. Well, I was thinking about planning on going yesterday, and then I thought, well, maybe I'd go today if I got it fixed early enough. But my back tire is flat, and I tried airing it up, and it sounds like just where the valve stem breaks off the tube. Like it's leaking right at the valve stem, and you can wiggle the valve stem around, and it changes how it sounds. And I've had more flats like that where the valve stems just rip off than I have actually running over anything. So I went and bought a tube before I streamed. So I'll probably put that in the tire tonight or in the morning. So I can actually... Today I didn't really want to get the tube and then put it in. My tires are... They fit on the rims really tight, and it's a freaking pain to get the tube in and out and get the thing reseated. Or at least more of a pain than any other bike tires I've ever had. Like, these are like really, really, really tight. Like last time I just broke a tire lever trying to force it on until I came up with a different strategy. So I might go bike riding tomorrow. It'd probably be fun to go mountain biking. It'll just be early. And if I am gonna be riding long enough and everything, I'll probably try to stream it. They're tubeless ready, yeah, so I wouldn't need new tires. I just have to, I think my rims are, like, can be tubeless also. So I believe all I'd have to do is get the kit, whatever that entails, to make them tubeless. I've never had a tubeless tire like bike or made one. Veryl's bike has tubeless tires. And she's never had a flat or anything, so I've never bothered with like patching them or anything, plugging a tire. So I think all I'd need to do is buy a kit. I thought about doing that, but I replaced my front tube last year because it started leaking. Oh, okay. Is it like special rim tape that makes it like seal off? Or helps the... I would assume the sealant helps seal the tires onto the rim where it doesn't leak, and I assume air could maybe leak through where the... Well, no, I guess you would think where the... Oh, okay. Alright, so rim tape and then the sealant seals it all up, or makes it airtight, pretty much. So yeah, I could do that. I thought about that last year. I had to replace my front tube, and I decided to just go buy a tube because I think I looked at how much the rim, the sealant and everything was going to cost, and it would be way cheaper to just buy a tube. And that's I'd gone like 3 years and hadn't had to buy a tube, so I thought, well, if I only have to replace a tube every like 2 or 3 years or something or less, like, I'm not going to save any money going tubeless, like, for the next, like, you know, it'd take like freaking 10 years to buy enough tubes to go tubeless. So I figured, well, I'd just go buy a tube and fix it right then and not have to figure out what I'm actually doing. Although it was a freaking pain, like I said, getting the tube out and back on. The tires are tight and everything. Maybe they're extra tight because they're tubeless tires. I've never had tubeless ready tires. Where they're harder to get on and off the rim. Well, I already bought the tube, so I guess I'll just do that. But since I had to last year and then replace the other one this year, maybe I should make them tubeless sometime. Oh, okay. I think I actually have one of those. Yeah, so I should be good. Okay, yeah, I'm 90% sure I have a tool for a valve core. So that would actually work. It'd be fine. Well, I've talked until... It must be really boring talking about bikes. I think I talked until everybody left, except for maybe you, Fish. But it says 2 viewers. I'll just go ahead and raid Cora Marks, even though there's not that many people here. He just went live. So... I haven't seen them stream in the evening for a while. They've been streaming early in the morning when I'm asleep. Anyways, bye, Fish. And anyone else that's here. Hope you have a nice rest of your night. And I'll see you later. Maybe we could play multiplayer Beat Saber one day. That would be fun. And like I said, I'll probably try to stream mountain biking tomorrow. And if I don't do that, don't know if I'd have time to stream any on the weekends or not. It might be Monday before I stream again if I don't do a mountain bike stream tomorrow. Work has really died here, so I've been driving up to the other end of town, and it's so freaking busy up there on the weekends that I can work more in 2 or 3 days and make more than I can the entire week down here. So it's basically don't stream on the weekends, because I just get up and drive up there and work the entire day. I didn't come home and get ready for bed.